aspetta, ho capito cosa dici, non è quella. Questa è vecchissima, no, è vecchissima, è l'MK7. No, perché queste qua sono quelle che non hanno il controbilanciamento regolato, ma per fare il controbilanciamento devi cambiare i pattini laterali. Queste, perciò ti dico che è molto vecchia, cioè, l'ho usata io 30 anni fa. È quella con la fezione assurda che ce l'ha. Sì, quella del verticale sì. No, quella la vedo pulita. Quella è pulita. No, è proprio arriva boom, è proprio un colpo forte. Arrivarsi a un fine corsa troppo comunque è un modello che la sapete, cioè, no. Si vede. No, si chiama Milano K7B. È una, te l'ho detto, tra quelle vecchissime è la più nuova, diciamo, ecco. Però è sempre quella con i pattini laterali, dove per cambiare il counterbalance io mi ricordo che noi avevamo varie serie di pattini a secondo del peso della telecamera. Pattini esterni, è meccanica pura, non c'è niente di strano. Però grazie. Aspetta che però sto trovando degli strani blocchi. No, ce l'ho. Mando la foto. Mo adesso c'ho la pratica, intanto ti mando la foto. Per curiosità, solo curiosità intellettuale. Va buono, Ciccio? Dice che l'hanno mandata a Roma a revisionare e quindi adesso va controllato. Vabbè, questo è chi? In particolare chi si occupa di queste cose? No, dico, chi se ne occupa per fare una richiesta del genere di andare in revisione una macchina? Ah, quindi Resasco in questo caso Resasco? Vabbè, mi informo. Intanto ti mando le foto, va bene? Grazie, Ciccio.
Pero entonces sí salen taxis de...
Creo que sí, eso me ha dicho Tomás. Pero
Claro,
no lo sé,
estamos
yo no me fío.
del grupo ese que dice...
Hemos quedado pronto para luego ir.
Es que María ha dicho que sí.
Entonces es que yo no... Como la gente de aquí, de los trabajadores, decían que no.
Ya nos mensaje al grupo.
Vale.
Tú debes estar y así no te nos deja la caminata.
Vale, perfecto.
Nos vemos ahí.
Vale.
Even at the Biennale. I will keep trying, but it's crazy. I don't believe the Biennale is full of people dying to see. I just don't believe it. Yeah, and there's another screening at the same time.
Buongiorno, siamo qua per la conferenza stampa di uno dei nostri film in concorso, The Power of the Dog, e vi presento a partire dalla destra in fondo i nostri ospiti. Il produttore Roger Frappier, produttore Ian Canning, il produttrice Dania Sagacian, la regista e sceneggiatrice del film Jane Campion, Kristen Dunst e Benedict Cumberbatch. I'm going to start with a quick question to Jane. Jane, your women have been at the center of your stories, most of your careers. What spoke to you about this book, this story, and these characters to make this shift?
Creative person. I don't really, I don't calculate. So I read this, I don't calculate about gender, it has to be this or that, but I read this book and I just thought, wow, this is an amazing piece of literature. It had a really powerful impact on me because I really believed in the world that Thomas Savage described there. I believed he really lived it. And so that enabled me to kind of really travel deeply into it. And then I just felt the last section of the book was so exciting. And I finished it, and I remember thinking, you know, generally I hardly ever finish novels these days. But this one I was very immersed in. And then I just thought, oh, good book. But over the next few weeks, scenes and themes from the book kept coming back to me, so that I couldn't forget it. And I realized then that this is a really deep piece that works on the psyche, and it's very interesting, very, very different. And slowly I just kept taking steps closer towards finding out who had the rights, which was Roger Frappier, and trying to arrange a meeting with him in Cannes, which we did.
We have a question there.
Good morning, I'm Alessandra Tommasi from Lego Italy. My question is to Mr. Cumberbatch. I would like to ask you, since Phil seems to be an alpha man, sometimes he's very aggressive and very competitive, I was wondering if you can share with us your opinion about toxic masculinity, and if it's a redeemable quality in him, maybe. And what do you think about the shift of power in the relationship that we see in the movie between women and men? Thank you.
This is for the rest of the press conference, right? I'll write my thesis later. No, I think he does, for me, the toxicity is something that is a product of his nurture, his upbringing, his circumstance. It's nothing that's arrived fully fledged. It comes out of a moment and a moment and a moment and a moment. So I can understand him. I can look into that and appreciate it, not condone it, but understand it. So I don't think it's redeemed by that. It's part of who he is, part of his flaw, part of his personal tragedy. And I think I can understand someone who is defensive, who is anxious about everything they've built being potentially taken away, who is lonely, who is repressed, who is feeling isolated in his circumstance, and everything that he's tried to create that is authentic in his life when there's a center of authenticity that can't fully be revealed. And I think as far as how it speaks to toxic masculinity in the world, if you go towards it trying to understand it and acknowledge it, that is the only way to bridge it and change it, really. You can't just oppose it. It's fuel on the fire if you do that. You have to understand why these damaged people are causing damage to others and themselves. and whether that's world leaders on the stage, you know, strong men of politics that have risen again in recent times, or whether it's something within your own life or culture, that it has to be addressed and challenged, but it also has to be understood. It's not just about locking the monster away and throwing away the key. Otherwise, it keeps recycling.
I'd like to follow up with the question to Kristen, because it's a follow-up. You are the target. Your character Rose is the target of his frustration, is hatred and self-hatred. How did you work on a character that is on a receiving end and made it real? I think also, and Jane maybe can add to it. In the book, Rose was a smaller character. She was kind of a shadow. Here you have amplified her presence. Chris, yeah.
Start first? Okay. So the first half was being on the receiving end of all of that. Well, it's interesting. Benedict and I didn't talk to each other on set at all. I mean, we almost felt guilty if we were like, hi. Like, it was just, we kept our distance. A lot of my scenes aren't even with him, so I kind of had to create my own demons and, you know, figure that out for myself, because there's not a scene where we fight, or it's a very few exchanges, and, you know, the piano scene, his artistry kind of like trumps mine, and it's all, I also feel like that Rose is a little bit representing all the pain that is inside of him in a way too. So I kind of saw it as, you know, a bigger picture of this, you know, relatable pain of isolation, of being gaslit by someone.
I'm just listening. Yeah. I think it's, well, as a woman, I was really interested in Rose's role and amplifying it as much as I could in the story within the context of her being a woman from the 1925, which is not the same as today. I didn't, if you want to make her a heroine, I know. I think at that time it was very difficult for Rose to complain to her husband, George, about his brother who lived in the house, and Rose's natural politeness.
Yeah, it seems
deference.
Rude. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And also her sense of, I guess, you know, lack of confidence would make her think, oh, I'm a target because there's something wrong with me. And the sense of shame that would build to a point where there was really nowhere for her to go but to try and live this through, and the only thing that could help her at that point was alcohol, which she knew was not a good choice, you know. But interestingly, I mean, I do think Thomas Savage just draws this relationship so cleverly, because right from the beginning, when he goes into the Red Mill and insults his son and drives her to tears, it's those tears that make George come and comfort her and fall in love. So there's a there's a great
from that moment.
payback for that.
I think there was a question here.
Yes, okay. Hi, I'm Helen Barlow, writing for The Australian newspaper. Jane said that you're one of the funniest people when she was researching you, Benedict. And here you hardly crack a smile, but you might be called the Cumber Bastard this time. I was just thinking, just to make something funny. But
I'll give you that, it's good.
But you've worked with, you played a bit of a bastard with Breathing Fire for Peter Jackson, and now another New Zealand director you're playing another. You normally play relatively nice guys. So how was it to go to New Zealand and simulate Montana and also play the bad guy in a was he bad? I know you just explained his...
I mean, I have a problem with that kind of simplistic duality, not to, you know, sound too pompous about it, but I think he's just so complex. Once you start understanding someone, he can't become just the cookie-cutter antagonist bad guy. And that's kind of the beautiful poetry and complexity of the whole situation. And what Savage explores in the book, as well as what Jane has made in the film. And I loved going back to New Zealand. I couldn't get enough of it. It's an extraordinary country. It held us in a very precarious moment in our human history as a family at that point. My wife and children and my mum and my dad as well. So we were very, very fortunate to be together, very fortunate to be in that country with those people. And yeah, I'll happily go back to play a cookie-cutter villain as well if you want me to. I mean, any excuse to go down there. I think I'd need it. I don't think I'm allowed back now. It's a very special place to be. We felt very privileged to be welcomed and yeah, and make our home there for the duration of filming.
Speaking of New Zealand, maybe the producer and also can chime in, and Jane and the producer, on how was it to make the American West in New Zealand, because the work on landscape, as always with Jane's film, is sublime, and there is a real sense of place and the Western.
Thanks, yeah, please. Don't worry,
you know, Emil Sherman, who's my producing partner, and I, we were lucky enough to work with Jane on Top of the Lake, so we're very aware of that incredible landscape. But we just found it really extraordinary. I think one of the conversations that when you were on a trip, we had photos of Montana, photos of New Zealand, and we were asking various people from Montana about which location was New Zealand and which was Montana, and often they would pick New Zealand for some of those things. So it really works, and I think also it gives, I think, the film a sort of magical sort of sense to it, which also works so well with Jane's storytelling and the film itself.
There's parts of New Zealand that really are so empty, and I think to find 1925 Montana in Montana would actually be more difficult than where we were in New Zealand and the Hawkton Range and the Ida Valley, which is really empty, really a beautiful, forgotten landscape. And it really gave you that sensation when you were standing there and you looked around 360 degrees and you just couldn't see any civilization. It really felt like you were on a little boat in the ocean, except you were in a landscape. And actually what we chose for our location happened to have the highest wind value of anywhere in New Zealand, which is anyway a very windy place. So it was devastatingly difficult to both build and shoot there, but I guess it had that sort of extreme weather because it was so isolated, because it did have strange landforms, like the wind just came in over that, over those hills. And sometimes we had trouble standing up.
Hi, Stephen Shaver here for the Boston Herald. I wonder if Benedict and Kirsten could talk a little bit about what makes a Jane Campion film so uniquely Jane, and why it's perhaps like nobody else's work. Thanks.
I mean, there's definitely a sexuality in Jane's movies. That's a, well, there is. There's a certain, listen, you make a scarf around someone's neck that they're connecting with, like something that's magical. I don't know. There's, like, don't make me feel bad about it. There is. There's a.
That's a good thing. That's
what?
A good thing. Yeah, it's a good thing.
Yeah, there's a sensitivity and a rawness to her characters, and as you know, a female watching her female characters over the years, they all feel like real women to me, and the kind of acting and the kind of actors that, you know, the kind of performances that I aspire to as an actress.
Yeah, I completely second that. And, you know, when you meet Jane, you have all the baggage of her iconic status in cinema and the weight of that, and then who walks in the room is this delightful human being who's as collaborative and as frail and as interested and as humorous as the rest of us. And that still, there's just this underlying alchemy that she doesn't let on too much, because she's very modest. But it affects everyone, not just in the film. You see it with the crew. You see how hard they worked to make it the best possible shot every single moment of that shoot. And that adoration comes from pure respect, and also how she is, who she is as a human being, and her artistry. And she's just great fun to be around. Yeah.
I think the key thing with Jane and a Jane Campion film is that she really understands desire, and she encourages you to lean into it and to explore it and to embrace sensuality, sexuality, yearning, and the kind of emotions that are often hidden. And she finds a way of expressing them both in the script and in the visual language of the film. And so the cast, when they come in, are able to embrace that and feel emboldened rather than shy about expressing it.
Yeah, very true. It's freeing. It's freeing. It's a freeing experience. You know, you want to please. You want the experience to match the expectation, both for yourself as an artist, but also for the person who has put their trust in you. And when it's Jane, she gives you every facility to go there. Whether it's introducing you as a character to the cast and crew and saying, you know, you'll meet Benedict at the end of the shoot and just allowing you to be that person for an entire run of production. Or whether it's facilitating an exploration of character before production has begun by going to Montana, by getting involved in roping and riding and ranching and just having an immersive experience where you are free to express it as fully as you can within the paradigms of her good taste. It's a great experience, but she's also really good fun.
Somewhere here.
Bonjour, c'est Louis-Philippe Ouimet de Radio-Canada. Ma question est pour M. Frappier. Vous avez acheté le livre il y a 8 ans. Alors, 8 ans plus tard, aujourd'hui, qu'avez-vous à dire sur le travail de réalisation de Mme Campion et sur les interprétations de Mme Dunst et M. Cumberbatch?
Le grand bonheur d'être ici et de me rendre compte que ce que Jane a fait, ça dépasse toute la vision que j'avais au moment où j'ai lu le livre. Alors, je n'ai que du respect et que de la joie d'avoir travaillé avec Jane sur ce film.
Niels Jorgensen, Echo Magazine. There's a question for Jane. It's now been 12 years since Bright Star, so what made you decide to return to a feature film in this case? And was there, at any point, did you entertain the notion of turning this into a TV series?
Thank you. Look, I had a great time. I had a great time working with series, and I absolutely loved the collaborative quality of co-writing and co-directing and creating worlds, but it's also so much work. You know, like I think the thing I really love about series is creating the world and the tone, and then you do 6 hours of more or more, and in a way, you only need, I was beginning to think 2 hours is very beautiful. 2 hours is like perfect. And I noticed myself also on the Netflix, online viewing platform, choosing to watch features more than ever. And I think the discipline and the rigor of those 2 hours was something I was excited to go back to after my sojourn. Yeah.
So hi, my name is Petra Erdmann from the Austrian Broadcasting Corporation. Hi. Jane Campion, I would like to know, you have been the first female director who won the Golden Palm. It's more than 30 years ago. I know you for your political and feminist statements. So what would you say, what else has to be done that female directors, as you come to the forefront of cinema in A festivals, in competition and so on? What's your experience?
Oh, to me, I think the girls are doing very well. A woman just won the Academy, and last year at Venice, Chloe Zhao, and then this year at Cannes. So I think once you give them a chance there's not going to be much stopping them. I mean, I say that in a gallant way, but I still know that the statistics are not in the favour of women. There's still much less women. And I mean, I think the great loss for everyone is that there's just not enough feminine voice in narrative describing our worlds, describing who we are, so that we've come to believe that all of us are a patriarchy, when actually, in fact, it's not the case. Women do think differently, and that's what's so beautiful. and really interesting. And we have seen it a lot more in television because women are really dominating that field and sharing really unique and edgy views. And I think all I can say is that since the Me Too movement happened, I feel a change in the weather that's absolutely substantial. It's like the Berlin Wall coming down or the end of apartheid for us women, that they are emboldened and they're supported by not just each other, but by the men as well. People can see how unequal and unfair it is.
There's one question there.
Thank you. Žiga Brdnik, newspaper Večer. I was wondering, the film is really breathtaking, the scenes of New Zealand and the scenes in the saloon. What do you think that people will watch it on Netflix, and what will you do to make it come to the cinemas?
But one of the I think great things about working with Netflix is that they do give cinema makers like me an opportunity to work with a budget I haven't had the chance to work with before, to fully express my vision. And I'm so actually grateful to that. They are working in a way for me like the Medicis or something, you know. Fortunately, they value artistry, you know, and that's a great, that's a great thing. And we have the chance to screen it both in cinemas where we can, and they make that possible by giving a 2 or 3 week corridor before the film goes online, and then even still the film will be available to be seen in cinemas. And I think people will choose to do that, like as a party event, go out. I envisage people with book clubs, and then they go and see the movie. And but I think one of the reasons that I was drawn to telling this story too is I felt it was like a sort of piece of event cinema, that it's got the scope and also a really tight, intimate story, I hoped, that would make it something that people would make the effort to go and see in an actual cinema, because that's where I fell in love with cinema. And naturally my big desire is to feed back into that initial inspiration.
I think we have time for one more. No, la signora, no, scusa. No, la signora là che sta aspettando da molto. No, lassù. Sta aspettando da molto.
Una domanda su Katia Ferri di Prezzoni di Borsa, il quotidiano Prezzoni di Borsa. Una domanda per Jane Campion, ma anche per i produttori. Lezioni di piano è stato un film con una grande alchimia, è incredibile tra, le immagini e la musica. Questo certo non era un film sulla musica, ma magari ci potete spiegare qualcosa di più sulla colonna sonora.
We were lucky enough to work with Johnny Greenwood, the British composer and artist from Radiohead, on the score. And Johnny read the first draft of the script and fell in love with it, and immediately started responding with ideas to Jane about how he wanted to use the instrumentation in the score to match the characters. And I think Jane and I both felt that he actually created in the score a character of the music itself. So there's some really original work that he's done with the way in which, for example, the strings, he uses cellos and plays them as though they're a banjo, or with a piano where there's an atonal piano quality which mirrors Rose's descent through the alcohol, which I think were beautiful touches, and then a beautiful hornscape, which you see those French horns being emotionally echoing the landscape, and a haunting quality. And I think the relationship that Jane and Johnny managed to form through this COVID time was extraordinary, because they worked remotely but very intimately, and it was very powerful.
Yes, I mean, Johnny Greenwood, you have to describe, really. He is a genius. That's just really the truth. And when you receive his emails, it's so extraordinarily invigorating, because he's so enthusiastic and so excited about instrumentation and what we could use and what would this be, and I barely know the instruments, so I'm going like, yeah, sounds amazing. Don't limit yourself. But he also is so willing to explore any extra things that you might want to do. Like if we were always searching for the right feeling for the sacred place when Phil is with himself, remembering with the scarf that he keeps in his groin, remembering Bronco Henry. And Johnny's music also does have that yearning thing that's always trying to find that top moment, stretching for it, and I really love that, and I really love how music in that way reminds us of, you know, how in life that's what we really want, is those moments that pull us, stretch us up emotionally and intellectually together, and also sensually. And you know, it was exciting trying to find it, and you know, between us all, and you know, his humility is extraordinary as well. I mean, he's just like hardly be bothered talking with us. He just can't wait to get back and try some more things. And you know, he's incredibly shy, and I'm shy too. You know, when I talk about this stuff, so it was a bit funny, but. Now we can't wait to meet each other, and I think we're going to finally meet each other in London and have a Bellini that we can't have here.
I am really sorry, but this is all we have time for. Thank you, our guests, for being here with us, and thank you for the film.
Thank you.
Come here. No, perché... No, è il blocco. Questo è il modello successivo a quello che usavo. E quindi c'ha dei doppie finiture. E sono questi due cose, sono dovuto tirare fortissimo dopo.
Di Alleluia, Leonard Cohen, A Journey, A Song. Vi presento a partire dalla destra in fondo gli ospiti al tavolo, l'assistente al montaggio Tommaso Semenzato, la coregista del film Dania Goldfein e il responsabile del Leonard Cohen Family Trust Robert Corey. I'm going to start with an obvious question. How difficult is to make a film about a song, especially if you are approaching an artist with that enormous body of work? Yeah, press push, no, push there. Yeah.
Is it on now? Okay, great. Yeah. It's an excellent question. I think we would have never even dared to make a film about any other song or any other artist, songwriter. It's something about that particular song and the richness and the way that it unfolds across its various verses, the way that it incorporates all of philosophy from the secular to the religious to, you know, the spiritual and the carnal. And I can't imagine another song that I personally would have wanted to spend 6 years of my life unpacking. And I cannot think of another artist who could have written that particular song with whom I would have wanted to go on this journey.
And what gave you where the germ of the idea started?
The germ of the idea began over dinner we were having actually with a friend of ours who's a film critic, writer, David Thompson, and he said, I have a perfect idea for your next film. And so we leaned in and were excited, and he said, you should do a documentary about a song. And I can't speak for Dan Geller, my partner, but I kind of wrinkled my nose and I couldn't imagine doing a documentary about a song. And so I had this moment of feeling a little disappointed because I had been looking forward to my next film's idea. And then, literally within 5 minutes, Hallelujah just kind of wafted into my head, and with it came the image of Leonard Cohen performing it at the Paramount, which is this beautiful, beautiful theater in Oakland, California, during his last set of world tours. And it was a stunning, never-to-be-forgotten moment. And I turned to Dan and I said, I know the song and I know the artist.
Leonard Cohen was still alive when you started this project, and I understand that it wasn't hard to convince him to accept. And why do you think he was so ready to have this film made?
I wouldn't say that he was hard to convince. There had been a book, journalist from Spin magazine approached in 2010 to do a book on Hallelujah. And we had this procedure, you know, we're a big believer in freedom of the press. So we say, we'll give it tacit approval. We won't encourage, but if anybody asks about an interview, we'll say okay. So by 2014, there were actually 3 groups that were approaching to do a documentary on Hallelujah. And Leonard was ambivalent, and then I showed him Dana and Dan's work, and he said, we'll give them tacit approval. So that's what we gave, and it has been a long, satisfying journey. I wish Leonard could see this film.
Did you consider, did you have a conversation about interviewing him or
There was a condition when Leonard decided to go back on tour, and with all respect to all the press and our appreciation of the press, one of his needs was not to do interviews. So nobody got to interview Leonard effectively after 2008, and we had great success. So interview with Leonard wasn't possible.
And we actually, to be honest, we never asked for that. And I think one of the things that opened Robert a bit to our project is in the first paragraph of that first email that I sent to Robert and Leonard in care of Robert. We made it very clear that we didn't think we needed to interview Leonard, and we just wanted his tacit blessing or tacit approval for the project.
The materials of the film, the film shows so much about his creative process and his philosophical and ethical search through his art. Was the materials that you have, the notebook, was that all given to you right away, or it was an evolution? Because one thing is giving tacit approval, and one thing is sharing, the insights and the actual physical material that you share with the filmmakers.
That's a lovely question. We'll let Dana answer first, so she can have her perspective, and then mine.
Okay. Well, when we started the project, first of all, the notebooks, which are the things that I feel the most deeply about in terms of what gets to be included in our project, and to which I feel like we owe Robert Corey the greatest debt, they were these mythological entities. We didn't even know if they existed. There were all kinds of stories depending on who was telling them about whether there were 10 verses or 16 verses and how many verses had gotten faxed to John Cale, and whether there were 350 verses hiding in whatever. And so Dan and I kept asking Robert, do they exist? And it took a long time for him to admit that they existed.
So the process early on, we said that there would be an approval, but not an approval as to really the content of the film or the portrayal of Leonard, but the authenticity and the truth and depth of the film. So I would say that Dana and Dan earned access to the notebooks. And at a certain point, the film was so good that we needed to just, okay, we'll now open the vault. And so that's what we did.
Now, editing this amount of materials and the differences between the materials is not an easy task. So maybe you're assistant editor, and you can speak a little bit about the way you put this together.
You want to?
Well, I can start. Yeah. So I got involved in this project in 2016 when Dan and Dana were just starting. They had done a few first interviews, and they were starting to collect archival material. And so my role was, together with Dana, to collect this material that we were finding and just starting to, organize it and trying to make sense of all this quantity, because there's a lot. I think we, in total, of 300 hours of source material between interviews and concerts and archival. So it was a lot of work of organization and finding the right bits to tell the story. So it was a work. It was a pleasure to collaborate with Dana, because it was a daily thing to just collect material and give it to Dana and see how she would put it together creatively and build the film.
But also, Tommaso has the most incredible memory. So it was a gift. Tommaso worked with us up until the last year when he came back here to Italy, and I realized how much I had relied on his memory, because somehow in that 300 plus hours of material, I could say to him, do we have a moment when so-and-so said anything about this, and within 5 minutes he could find it. And then there would be times when Tommaso would remind me about a piece of archival material that he thought would really enhance a section. And it would have been quite easy for that material to have been lost because, again, there was so much. But it was, I would call it a process of sifting and experimentation and going down a lot of dead ends and then backing up and starting over again.
Was the Trust participating to the post-production, or were you involved in post-production? Were you seeing the film as they were making it, or?
Only a couple of rough cuts. No, we had more philosophical discussion about what Leonard's art is about. And there's so much. It was really a process of once they had the film, it was a process of refining and making sure that that it was really authentic. In other words, if there was something that was a myth, I would say, well, you know, there's another side to that story. So the truth, I don't know what the truth is, and I don't think Leonard would tell you what the truth is, but you can't just tell one side.
What was important for you? You keep speaking about authenticity, and I don't think it's just facts. I think there is something about the soul that you're suggesting there. What was important for you that the film would convey about his art?
Now, that is not a question that I'm going to answer. That is the question Leonard's art, and over and over and over again, I have been asked, what does Leonard's art mean? And I say, the art is a gift to you. And, you know, the whole thing of Suits and all of this, it's about respect for the audience, the gift. And then you tell me when you have the gift. And the film is absolutely that gift. So
this is what was important.
Yes. Very good, very well done.
There is a I mean, my medium is film, is not music, obviously. But you know, there is a belief that a filmmaker keeps making this when they're true big filmmakers, they keep making the same film, and they just deepen what they're doing, you know, and under different semblances. This is with this song. You not only Leonard Cohen kept working on this song through his career and finding new meanings in it as his philosophical and moral overview of the world evolved. But the song also kept moving through artists. So it's just like a double, you know, it's like doubling on that. Can you talk a little bit about this? And why do you think this song had this power, not only to work through the career of the artist that generated, but to move and transform itself through other artists?
We should both answer it, maybe, but...
You go ahead.
Okay. I feel like, well, Leonard gave people permission to translate it in a million different ways, I think, and he himself did. You know, we have a section in the film where Ratso Sloman goes to a concert several years after hearing Leonard sing Hallelujah for the first time and is stunned because it's a whole different version of Hallelujah, which has moved away from the Old Testament biblical Hallelujah and entered into something that's much more carnal and down to earth. And Leonard says in that section of the film that he wanted to make a secular version of Hallelujah. And I think the act of doing that, the act of Leonard shape-shifting the song, gave permission to artists who cover it to do the same thing.
I think Glenn Hansard in the movie says something that's really quite beautiful and insightful. And he's a wonderful songwriter in his own right, and a wonderful Leonard Cohen fan, and I had occasion to meet him on a number of occasions. And he said, Leonard brought Hallelujah down to earth. And Leonard said, you know, you have to be able to embody a song. You have to live the song with no mask, nothing between you and the audience. And that is, just like the film was this discovery process, that was a discovery process for Leonard. And I think the film remarkably captures that process. And so.
Were there times where one incarnation of the song, I mean, you know, he wasn't happy about it? I mean, were there times where the song was used that he didn't appreciate, or it was like, I wish this hadn't been done?
Robert, you would know that more than I would.
No, he was generous, but remarkably, very early on in our relationship, he assigned the decision for approval of the use of the song to me. And only occasionally did I go to him and ask about it. But on my concern, I dealt with so many translations, and it's not that easy to translate.
You mean language translation?
Language translations. And, you know, I saw the song is philosophically, lyrically very complex, but it's also simple. That's what makes it work. And so, you know, I was often very, very demanding about translations. People would have to work on it quite a long time.
Was it difficult to get to the point where with Shrek, because that was a lot of edits on Shrek, on the song, right? For
that was, you know, again, the song's a gift. So, you know, there are seven verses printed in. First of all, it's a poem. All of Leonard's work is a poem before it's a song, and there's 7 verses printed in the book Stranger Music in 1992, which was collected works at that point. And whatever anybody wanted to do with those verses was generally fine.
Dana, how do you work with Dan? You share, in your project, you share credits, director credits. Can you talk a little bit about your collaboration?
Sure. We've been collaborating for 30 years. It's amazing. And we're also life partners, so we really do collaborate. So the biggest difference during production is that Dan is the camera person and I do the sound. By virtue of that, I tend to be the primary interviewer, but Dan pipes up with his own questions. You know, we both have to feel very deeply about a subject before we embark on it, because we know that it's something that we're going to devote several years of our lives to. In this case, it's the first film that I've edited, the first full pass on, and the first film where I get the main editing credit, and it was a very terrifying.
Why did you choose how to do it?
Honestly, yeah, we had an editor initially who I won't name, but we hired him and we paid a lot of money, and he worked for 6 months and didn't come up with anything. And Dan had said in the beginning, Dana, I think this is the kind of project that you should cut. We had always been very hands-on, and we had cut earlier films together. And I kept saying, no, it's Leonard Cohen. I'm too humble before his subject, Leonard as a man and this song. But after working for all this time with this other editor, Dan said, will you please now try? And so I sat down and I cut a scene. And it worked. And then I cut a second scene, and you know, it just was something that evolved over time. And then after a few months of that, we actually scheduled a meeting with Robert down in Los Angeles, and we drove down to show him what we thought of as the first rough cut of the first act of the film. And Robert, at that point, was still under the impression that we were working with this highfalutin other editor. And we walked in, and Dan said, "Oh, by the way, Robert, we have a new editor." And Robert said, "Really?" And he said, "Yeah, who is it?" "It's Dana." And I mean, Robert has a good poker face, but I definitely had this moment where my heart sunk, and I was like, I hope he has faith in me. And it was a very nerve-wracking 30 minutes to sit through. But at the end of it, I think Robert was satisfied.
There was clearly promise, but you know, this film was. I mean, Dana and Dan had worked on it a very long time, and they put heart and soul in it, and Tommaso and so forth. So. They've done a great job, so you know, and I don't think there's anybody. The fact that Dana got so close to it, I think that was required, right? It was just required.
Yeah, it's probably by the material itself.
Yeah, because the material just couldn't be assigned to somebody. You had to be. Really embrace Leonard and be surrounded by Leonard to find this story.
And it's interesting that the people that you interview, even the journalists, they're so, it's like they're so deep into the work. There's nobody that has just like simple opinion. It's just knowledge, the understanding, and being followed an artist for so long. Very, very interesting.
Well, one of Dan and my philosophies, we do films that have talking heads in them, but we don't consider them talking heads in a sense of being sort of omniscient, third person, one step removed. We chose not to interview music critics or even to interview Alan Light, whose book is fabulous, but rather to interview people who could report firsthand on the things that we thought led to Leonard being the only person in the universe who could have written Hallelujah. So that's how we chose those interviewees.
I'm sorry, I keep looking in the back because I know you have a screening, and I think this is all the time. They just came. This is all the time we have for this. And thank you so much for coming. Thank you for bringing the film, and thank you for allowing them to make it.
Our pleasure.
Ok, a dopo. Angela, 50 euro. 50 euro? Sì.
Che cosa?
Ho messo in funzione il cervello.
Aveva lo sblocco?
Yes.
Vediamo. Io ne avevo 50 che ho bloccato il fuoco mettendolo in automatico. No, perché cazzo è bestiale. Probabilmente è molto molto. Così non si muove. L'hanno preso dietro. Messi serve. Allora, cos'è qua?
Io ho risolto, però io non so a cosa possono servire questi blocchi che abbiamo blocchi. Erano durissimi e non c'è da dire. Poi ho scoperto che questi blocchi sono mobili.
Ok, se tu lo metti, probabilmente se vuoi bloccare che non vada più oltre una certa
Ma no,
cosa.
perché non lo fai in modo morbido, lo fai in modo... Riprova. No, adesso non che sto facendo quei cazzi, vabbè. No?
Adesso metti il blocco.
Però sono due. Questo qua l'avevo già fatto prima.
No,
Sì, blocca. Sì, già blocca. Adesso blocca su uno solo, sai?
Se lo metti su due, che sono due. Ok. E fa questo crack.
E c'ha un botto tremendo, non penso che sia soltanto per limitare, perché mi sono fatto mandare anche la... Che botto? Vai indietro su. Questo puoi andare dove tu vuoi.
Secondo me comunque sono per limitare sono proprio per qualche ragione, se non ci serve per evitare, non so, ci sia molto gonfiato, che la camera scenda per il contenuto forse tu, mi viene da pensare su questa cosa.
Sì, insomma,
Oppure...
mi sembra, pure io l'unica spiegazione anche per me, però è troppo debole.
Cioè, se l'hanno fatto ci sarà un motivo.
Ah certo, è complicato come meccanismo.
Anche perché...
Però ti ripeto, io usavo la precedente, questa, e
questi blocchi non li ho.
secondo me uno ce l'aveva.
Ce n'era uno solo?
Da un lato secondo me c'era, ma ripeto, l'ho visti qua, ma che cazzo sono questi cose? Erano bloccatissimi. Allora, ho fatto un po' e poi
però come ti sembra invece? Perché noi abbiamo notato, perché adesso l'abbiamo riportata da...
Sì, adesso era per frizioni, adesso l'ho frizionata.
L'hai frizionata. Noi avevamo notato che all'inizio frizionandola stretta morte comunque non bloccava.
Adesso non guarda.
Quindi si vede che aveva bisogno semplicemente di... tu lo usi abbastanza duro.
Qui sì, anche perché ho dovuto mettere il stabilizzatore, guarda le tutto. Avete la differenza?
Non lo sapevo.
Guarda qua, lo tolgo,
Sì.
fai il primo piano del microfono.
Ma io devo dirti che con queste camere lo uso sempre.
Muovi i piedi, muovi i piedi,
Ma questa dura.
muovi i piedi. No, l'ho messo proprio solo in verticale, orizzontale, però si porta un po' di...
L'orizzontale si incolla.
Certo, perché quello corregge. Prima che fai la panoramica... No, io non lo uso mai. Pure al giro d'Italia non lo metto mai sulla camera.
Però non è male, cioè, nel senso che dovete capire perché ce l'ha raccontata la storia, questa cosa qua.
No, che l'avete mandata a Roma.
Sì, e allora a un certo punto
Perché non l'avete
fuori.
fatto da Milano?
No, perché sono gli unici che hanno l'autorizzazione della Internet, no? Però la cosa è stata così, che hanno detto, se le ripariamo però non possiamo dare la garanzia perché i pezzi originali della Vinter non ci sono.
E come hanno fatto?
2500 euro.
A testa?
Altrimenti la testa nuova non mi ricordo quanto costava. 5.000?
Cioè, di questa, sempre di questa, la fanno ancora?
No, la testa nuova.
Ah, quella è nuova.
Sì. Beh, comunque 2005 una testa vecchia è un po' una follia da un certo punto di vista. Niente, non è venuto la cosa, si è fatta registrare ma non si è fatta registrare. Però
io questa la terrei come testa buona.
è una testa buona. Allora l'abbiamo messa qua per provare.
Non l'ho provata seriamente.
Quindi provala anche
in
tu,
diagonale.
perché poi l'avevo messa io perché se la faccio io di provare.
A me mi sembra che il diagonale vada bene.
No, ma anche a me come cosa. L'unico problema che avevamo riscontrato era quello lì che non potevi cioè non funzionava fino in fondo.
Adesso
lo fa perché non
sì, però il vecchio modello ne aveva due di potenziometri, aveva anche, cioè,
sì, lo dovevi fare tutte e due. Sì, me lo ricordo, sì.
Giù.
Forse quella giù potrebbe essere che è il modello precedente.
Io guarda adesso qua ce n'è ancora,
Ok, va bene. Niente, si vede che doveva andare in circolo.
L'unica cosa che questo non è regolabile è il counterbalance.
Sì,
perché
non c'è.
no, c'è.
Dove ce l'ha?
Sono i patti. Cioè, in vecchi magazzini sicuramente troverete 2 o 3 tipi di pattini diversi con una curva di...
Siete ancora con l'audio in streaming? Cioè sul sito si sente tutto quello che state dicendo, non c'è più l'immagine, ma è rimasto l'audio.
Ma dov'è l'audio?
Nel senso che stiamo sentendo tutte le vostre chiacchiere.
Meno male che non abbiamo detto parolacce.
Speriamo che non abbiate detto.
No, parlavamo di lavoro.
Parlavamo di lavoro, quindi però adesso stiamo sentendo anche noi che...
Ma dov'è il microfono? Ma dov'è il microfono? Ma no, non è quello, scusa, quel posto il microfono. Non è il nostro.
Non lo so, però sentivo tutto.
Voi sentivate il nostro audio molto chiaramente, quindi era bella quella camera lì.
Ah sì, questo? This one? Ok? Vabbè, meno male che non abbia detto parlare. Ho parlato male di qualcuno. Cioè, abbiamo un ricordo nel freddo, non so dove.
Buongiorno, siamo qua per la conferenza stampa di uno dei nostri film in concorso, Card Counter, e vi presento prima di cominciare gli ospiti partendo dalla mia destra, dal tavolo in fondo a destra. È il Ty Sheridan, Tiffany Haddish, il regista sceneggiatore del film Paul Schrader e Oscar Isaacs. I'm going to jump in with a question myself. Paul? Hi. Redemption has been at the heart of so many of your films. In this film, you have a character that is actually guilty of something, it's not metaphoric, it is not spiritual, as a real crime. And how did you find him?
I'm looking for a moment when an occupational metaphor and a societal problem meet. And that's how it started for me 45 years ago with Taxi Driver. And it has continued on through a series of films, not every one. And so the problem I was sort of concerned with is this lack of responsibility we have in contemporary society. I didn't lie, I misspoke. And then a character who society has forgiven, but he hasn't forgiven himself. So then you start thinking, well, what could he have done that's so terrible? What's unforgivable? And you come back to Abu Ghraib because it's a stain on the nation. It's not just a crime. And it will outlive you, and it will outlive everyone else involved. And so if anything is unforgivable, that is. So that's why I came to it.
Hey guys, Scott Orland with Cinema Magazine. Good to see most of you. Obviously you could look at this film and say, oh, it's about gambling. And when you refer gambling to is at a casino and poker and stuff. But underneath it, it was about how much do we gamble with our own lives? How much are we willing to put at risk, the pursuit of something? So I was wondering if you guys could address your relationship to gambling, and when have you gambled something with your life?
I'll take that question. Good to see you, Scott. My relationship with gambling, I'm not big on it. I will play with $20, any game. And then after that, that's it. If I win, I take my $20, put it in my pocket, and then I'll play with the winnings, and that's it. 2 hours maximum, and then I'm out of there. And when it comes to what have I gambled in life, I gambled my rent money. I took an acting class, and I took a chance on myself, right? And couldn't pay my rent, ended up homeless, got my acting class though, and I told myself it would pay off in the long run. And here I am now in Italy, in Venice. So darling, it paid off. I gambled good. It was worth it.
Hey man, good to see you. I'd say similarly, in life, gambled by going up to New York, putting some money together and going up to New York and auditioning for a little off-Broadway play and getting the part, and it was being up there that allowed me to pass by Juilliard and ask for an application, and it was the only place that I applied to. And so all those were like these little gambles where you're just like, I'm gonna go for it and see what happens and not have a backup plan. So yeah, as far as actual gambling in casinos, I've done it a bit, and it was really fun during the show because during the shoot, in between takes, we were shooting in real casinos, so in between takes and at lunch break, I would just go over to the poker tables and play with the locals and, lost a little bit, made a little bit, but I never go in too hard.
There's a question there. There.
Hi, I'm Zach with Business Insider, and a lot of the story is about sort of the effects of American imperialism at home and abroad. So I wondered if I could hear from all three of you about sort of what you thought about the decline of American political and military power following Afghanistan recently.
It's been a long time coming, 100 years coming. And so it shouldn't be a surprise that our exceptionalism in the world really wasn't that exceptional. But, I mean, the moment you start saying a film is about these kinds of things, you lose your anchor. Your anchor is the character, and the character will take you where he will. If he takes you that way, you go. You know, the first film I directed, I came to a Marxist conclusion. And people said, oh, you're a Marxist director. I said, no. This film demands a Marxist conclusion. And so you can't get too hung up on making a big statement. You make the small statement and let others make the big statement.
Oscar, I want to follow up with what Paul said, Oscar, because I think you've been wanting to work with Paul for a long time. And what is it about the work that brought you to you wanting to do it?
Yeah, well, when I graduated school, one of the first auditions I had was for Paul. I was out in California, and I heard that there was an audition, and I got in there, and he had gotten this little black box theater in a strip mall somewhere in the valley, and I drove out there, and he was having these auditions, and he was sitting in the audience, and you'd have to go up on the stage, and there was little sets built, little mini sets, and do these auditions. And I ended up getting the part, and I remember you sent me the actual DVD of all of the auditions, which was the strangest thing ever, but it was cool. I got to see who didn't get the part too. And but then the movie didn't end up getting made, or that iteration didn't end up happening. But we kept in touch, and I visited Paul in his Midtown studio office. And then when First Reformed came out, I wrote him an email just saying how much I loved it and how blown away I was by it. And then a year or so later, he wrote to me saying that he had written a script for me. Well, not for me, but I was the first person he was going to. And was I interested? And I just wrote back, I've been waiting for this email for many, many years. and I was so excited, because also I'd been in kind of green screen space land for quite a few years, and I was just so desperate to do a character study.
Yeah, at title First Reformed, I was thinking of both Oscar and Ethan. And Ethan Hawke has about 10 years on Oscar, and I thought that was better for the character because he's at a later stage in his life. But then this one came around, and I said, no, this is just right for Oscar.
There's a question there.
Buongiorno, Messo Mazzetto, avevo una domanda per Paul Schrader. Abbiamo visto nel film come la colonna sonora, specialmente nelle parti dei flashback, abbia un ruolo fondamentale. Volevo chiedergli come ha lavorato sul sonoro del film e come ha scelto appunto le canzoni che accompagnano le varie scene.
Well, the soundtrack is interesting in this film. About 20 years ago, I made a film called Light Sleeper, which had a series of songs in it. And they were composed by Michael Bean. And I thought, it'd be nice to do that again. But Michael died 10 years ago. But his son, who was 12 when we did the Light Sleeper, had a group called Black Rebel Motorcycle Club, which I liked. I said, well, maybe I'll just ask his son. So that's what I did, Robert. And I had the idea for this one of inarticulate beast rising from like a tar pit. And the first thing you hear is sounds. breaths and groans, maybe a little bit of a word. Then the words start to come together, and then you hear a phrase. Then all of a sudden you hear a melody, and then you realize a song is coming. And then a female voice occurs at a later point, and finally it ends with a duet. And so my idea behind the music was to have this articulation of consciousness coming into bloom through these through sound effects and music.
Mr. President there.
Hello, everybody. Stephen Shaver here from the Boston Herald. Shout out to Tiffany. Oscar, I wanted to know, you've done Coen Brothers, you've done Star Wars with directors. Is this William Tell that you're playing the weirdest guy you've ever, sunk into or dipped into? I mean, wrapping the furniture, having this lonely existence?
Well, all of those characters, or most of the characters that I gravitate towards, are little universes of weirdness. I think this William is probably the most mysterious. I know when very first time I read the script, I just didn't know where it was going or who he was, even with all the voiceover, even with him being in every scene. I still couldn't get a beat on him, to the point where when he does bring Kirk into that motel room, I threw the script down and was like, no, what is happening? No, I can't believe this is going to happen. I was so angry, and because I thought it was going to a place that it didn't go to as I kept reading it. So it's definitely the most mysterious, difficult to get a beat on character that I've done, yeah. I kept reading it over and over and over again, and one of the things that Paul told me to do was to read the book The Body Keeps the Score, about trauma and where trauma lives and how the body processes trauma. And that was just a big key into what he was doing, how he was recreating traumatic events for himself, and why he was making the choices he was making that seemed to be destructive as well.
To this point, I think could be counterintuitive, the casting of a comedian, but it plays wonderfully against the mystery of your character. Tiffany, can you talk a little bit about La Linda and who she is?
La Linda, this microphone got me, girl, you shouldn't give me the microphone. I feel like doing a comedy show right now. I miss it. Anyways, La Linda, she's an agent of sorts, and she's, I think, a very observant person. She reads people, sees how they move. I feel like she's a character that came from some trauma as well, but she's figured out how to work it, how to use it to her advantage. And she sees Will and feels like, you know what? I can make some money off of this dude, and he's mysterious. I like that. Let me figure out what's up. And I think she brings a little joy. She brings her charisma to the table. And I think every good drama, no matter how dark it is, needs a little light so people can take a breath, And that's what I was bringing to the table.
Yeah, I learned a lesson a long time ago when Scorsese cast Taxi Driver. And he cast Albert Brooks. And I said, why did you cast Albert? And he said, well, it was a very bland, beigey kind of character. I thought Albert would make it more interesting. And I locked that insight away in my brain and have, over the years, cast comics. The last one being Cedric the Entertainer. And they do bring characters to an unexpected life. And so in this particular case, when names were being mentioned and Tiffany's name came up, I said, oh, that's interesting. So that's how it began.
Here.
Hi, I am Aymara Lima from Cine Art Variety. Sorry, I had to put the mask back. I want to ask Oscar, Ty, and Tiffany, how do you guys prepare for those characters? There was any special preparation?
Well, together we had was it about a week of rehearsals that we all sat around a table and read through the script and read through the whole thing and got to ask some questions. Personally, I'd say I did about a month or a little more than that of work with cardistry experts, just to learn my way around a deck of cards and how to do some basic tricks and shuffles. And I was really keen on letting there be some moments where you weren't just cutting from my face to someone else's hands. I wanted there to be at least a possibility that I could do some of the stuff. And I think that's, and then just a lot of reading about Leavenworth and getting familiar with Abu Ghraib, just more the actual details of day-to-day life, what it was like there. How about you guys?
Yeah, no, I think the rehearsal period was good. We had a few days to read through some of these scenes, and I was just first getting to know Paul as well. And I remember one day we were reading this scene between me and Oscar, and I was having trouble with it, and I was like, well, why don't I, what if this line, I don't know, I'm having this problem getting to this jump, and I said, why don't I change, what if I said this? And Paul said, because people don't talk like that in my movies. I was like, okay, right. But yeah, no, it was fun. I mean, it was good to, Oscar and I had done a film before, so I think we were familiar with each other more on a personal level. But yeah, no, it was, I think, I'd just say the research was kind of the same, just going and doing as much digging as I possibly could online, just as my character would in the reality of the film.
For me, it was super easy because I'm amazing. No, it was not easy. Well, at first, before we started rehearsals, I was talking to my friends that are professional poker players and asking them about, their agents and their people and whatever, and sound like a bunch of slimy people to me. I wasn't feeling that. I was like, I'm not gonna make her slimy, that's for sure. And then when we came into rehearsals, the first day, I sucked bad. I was horrible, because I feel like that's where you should be horrible at, in rehearsal. And we played a lot, and what I love about Paul is he was like blatantly honest with me, which is the most refreshing thing in the world. And I learned a lot from that, and I'm very, very grateful, Paul, that you let me be in the movie, and you didn't fire me on that first rehearsal.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, for someone with Tiffany's background, one of the hardest things to learn is you don't have to hit every line. Because when you're on stage, if you don't hit a line and you don't get a reaction, you're alone and you're dying. And so, one of her first mistakes was trying to get too much, and learn how and where to back it down.
Well, I would like to congratulate you all. You gave me a very good morning this morning. And Paul, it was very interesting that you mentioned Ethan Hawke and Oscar Isaac, because they're shooting a movie together in Budapest. And I hate to take you away from the movie, but since Oscar did Dune in Budapest and now he's shooting in Budapest, can you talk a little bit about Budapest, please?
I like Budapest.
I like Budapest too.
I feel like that is like where,
It's like little Hollywood right now.
Yeah, and the buildings are so beautiful, but there's still like
river.
Yeah, but there's like bullet holes in these beautiful buildings, and it makes me feel like I'm back in South Central LA.
Museum of Torture is there.
Yeah, Dracula's there.
As much as I respect your comment, I think it's a little off the point here. I don't want to go down that Budapest road
Any more than we
have
just
precious few moments here.
Yes, there's a question there.
Marietta Graziani, agenzia di stampa Tire. Volevo chiedere qual è stato il rapporto di Scorsese al film, se l'ha aiutato in qualche modo. Non so se mi ha sentito. Volevo chiedere il rapporto con Scorsese per questo film, se l'ha aiutata in qualche modo, se vi siete confrontati, eccetera. Grazie.
Well, Marty and I worked on 4 films together, and then we sort of separated because I was starting to act like a director, and you can only have one director in the room with Marty, and that's him. And so, we went on our ways and kept in touch. And now we're working on a kind of long-form thing for TV, which has been put on hold because of his Oklahoma project. And I just said to him, I'm putting this film together, and wouldn't it be cool if at the end of our careers, which are coming, that we could share a card again? And he said, yeah, that would be cool. I said, okay, then why don't you present this movie and we'll share a card for the last time. So that's how it was just about that.
I want friends like that. Oscar, will you be my friend like that?
I'll share a card with you.
Yeah, let's share cards.
There's a question there.
So hi, I'm Petra Erdmann from the Austrian Broadcasting Corporation. So thank you very much for this excellent movie. I wonder, Paul Schrader, cinema changes. There's a big transmission. You're commenting on it constantly. Could you compare the beginning of your career when there was a big change with New Hollywood, and what was your state of filmmaking then, and what is your state of filmmaking now, having done the card holder, for example?
Well, the reason I'm talking about it so much is because every 3 months it changes again. Who knows? We're in a bubble now. Theatrical exhibition is in flux. And also, it's never been easier to make a movie than now. Never cheaper, never faster. It's never been harder to make a living than now. So that's the conundrum we're in, is anybody who has a phone can make a movie, but nobody who has a phone can make a living. And so, it's constantly morphing. I'm fortunate because I have an analog name. That is, I got my name pre-digital. So, but I would hate to have to create a name in the digital era.
I think you would make a good TikTok. I could hook you up.
Hey. No, yeah.
Hi, I'm Margaret Gardner from the Sunday Times, South Africa. It was an amazing movie with so many themes, but you mentioned twice that the body holds onto its memories. I was wondering what got you interested in that theme, because you also recommended the book to Isaac, and if you could maybe talk about each of you, what your body holds onto. Thanks.
I thought this was for him. No, this was a book I just came across, and I realized it pertained to this film. And so I recommended it to Oscar. It's always amazing when you're prepping a film, because everything starts to mean something. Every museum you go into, all the artwork refers to your film. And so it's a very creative moment when you're constantly seeing reference points.
I think we have, there's one more there.
Well, she wanted to know what your body, what trauma are you holding on to, guys?
Well, I can't go into that.
I know mine is so inappropriate, so I won't say it.
No, it's just people who have, the body weight has a way of remembering. It's not that it's my case.
But in terms of trauma, the way that the character processes, it's almost like disappearing. It's just making himself invisible. I think Paul once, when I saw the film and I said, reminds me of Light Sleeper, and you said all my movies are about a man wearing a mask. And it's your performance is amazing, that because you're almost like denying that you exist.
Well, that's, I literally, in prep, I did wear a mask. So I went back to my theater school to Juilliard, and I worked with one of my favorite teachers there, who is all body work. And we did about 3 days in a studio where I just put on a neutral mask, and I did card stuff. We worked on putting sheets on the furniture, and then seeing how that would change as I got more direction, because William Tell is just he's just living a non-existence. And then once he meets Linda and once he meets Kirk, suddenly there's more, he has more intention. And so how does his body change how does he move when he has more intention? So I took that quite literal when he said, these are people that are wearing a mask, and I wanted to see how can I express things without the face.
Yeah, and the mask is the occupation. If you find an occupation which has a certain metaphorical weight, and you think of it in a different way, and so the mask isn't so much to hide yourself, but to be a metaphor. Like the taxi cab is a mask, and poker playing is a mask, and then you start to find out, well, what is it a mask for?
Then the last question goes there.
Hi, this is Nori from Variety. Paul had a question for you, and Oscar, you as well. I was just wondering how you set the boundaries for all of the violence, obviously, that you showed at Abu Ghraib. And Oscar, how did you feel about sort of acting in those scenes? Because I felt like it was definitely a lot.
You're talking about the
jail, yeah.
The prison sequence? Well, it is, Abu Ghraib doesn't look like that. If you remember the photographs, it's a 2-story rectangular warehouse. And we created a maze that you wander in and out of. So right from the get-go, if someone says that's not Abu Ghraib, I said, you're right, it's not Abu Ghraib. It's a set we created inside his mind. And so it wasn't so much about redoing history, which we didn't even have the time or the money to do it justice. I wasn't Zero Dark 30. And by using this lens and this set, we were able to get into a kind of distorted memory of what remains. I mean, I'm sure these U.S. soldiers who were at the airport the last 10 days, they're going to have some memories. I mean, boy, and we're going to be hearing about them as long as they, for the next 10, 20 years.
And as far as doing them, as far as boundaries with the stunt performers, if you mean specifically, I think they, it was all done in a very safe way. Even with the dog was actually chained to a thing, so there was no way it could move forward. But I don't know if you can speak to any more of that. But for me, I kept photographs of Abu Ghraib in the trailer near me, and I would reference it often because just how all of us felt when we saw those pictures, the disgust and the shame of seeing that. And so, but in those scenes, ironically, I was not supposed to be understanding that shame and disgust yet. I thought I was doing something for my country at that point. So it was in a way, it was just really allowing myself to fall into the madness of the situation. And like Paul said, even the way that he blocked it, where I would kind of come in and out of moments, wandering without a shoe, screaming for a shoe. It was just about really the insanity of what was happening.
Yeah, I mean, you have to remember this, everything you see in a movie is done by the professionals. We had a scene where Oscar was going to get hit by this guy. And he said, what if he hits me? I said, Oscar, he's a stuntman. If he hits you, he'll never work again.
But it'll look cool.
I'm told we have run out of time, so I regret but we have to stop it here. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you, Paul, and everyone for the film.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Really good. What's that?
Buongiorno a tutti e benvenuti alla conferenza stampa di È stata la mano di Dio. Vi presento subito gli ospiti al tavolo: Lorenzo Mieli, CEO di Apartment del gruppo Fremantle. I protagonisti del film: Luisa Ranieri, al mio fianco Teresa Saponangelo, Filippo Scotti, Paoli Servillo e il regista Paolo Sorrentino. E poi vorrei salutare e dare il benvenuto in prima fila Andrea Scosati, CEO Fremantle, Daria D'Antonio, direttrice della fotografia, e uno degli interpreti, Marion Joubert. Benvenuti. Allora, le domande saranno tantissime da parte vostra. Io vorrei cominciare con una domanda per Paolo Sorrentino. Vorrei chiederti perché hai pensato, cosa ti ha fatto pensare che fosse arrivato finalmente il momento di condividere con noi una storia così personale e così importante, di renderci partecipi di questo. Devi schiacciare? Aspetta.
Certo, ok. Sì, a un certo punto si fanno i bilanci un po'. Bukowski ne fece uno bellissimo della sua vita che mi è piaciuto molto. Disse: gli dèi sono stati proprio buoni, l'amore è stato bello e il dolore è arrivato a vagonate. Quindi più o meno il motivo è questo, cioè a un certo punto mi sono reso conto che c'era stata una grande parte di amore nella mia vita da ragazzo, anche una parte molto dolorosa, e mi è sembrato che tutto questo potesse essere declinato in un racconto cinematografico, indipendentemente dalle mie esigenze, dai miei bisogni. Poteva avere una forma cinematografica e forse l'ho fatto adesso perché ho l'età giusta per farlo, insomma, almeno così mi è sembrato. Ho compiuto 50 anni l'anno scorso e mi è parso che ero abbastanza grande e maturo per affrontare un film personale. Poi avevo un caro amico e collega che mi diceva sempre che non faccio cose personali e l'ho presa come una provocazione da raccogliere. Ecco.
Volevo chiederti ancora una cosa sul titolo del film. È stata la mano di Dio, che è, come dire, una frase che è stata effettivamente detta, però in fondo è anche un po' una filosofia di vita, no? Ci puoi dire qualcosa sulla scelta, cioè che cosa rappresenta per te questa frase?
Che posso dire? È una bellissima frase, paradossale, perché è detta da un giocatore di calcio che fa riferimento all'unica parte del corpo che non può essere usata in quel gioco, e mi sembrava una bellissima metafora, mi sembrava emblematico, per chi ha visto il film è un titolo che è in relazione al caso o a chi crede a dei poteri divini. Io sembrerà peregrino, ma credo in un potere semidivino di Maradona. Ecco.
Allora, c'è una domanda lì in fondo intanto, poi una qui, arriviamo.
Buongiorno, complimenti per i film. Elisabetta Piquet del giornale argentino La Nación. Volevo chiedere se è riuscito a parlare con Maradona di questo progetto, di questo film, in qualche momento.
No, purtroppo no. Il mio grande rammarico è che non posso farglielo vedere. Il mio primo desiderio era mostrargli questo film. No, non sono riuscito a parlargli perché non è mai stato facile parlare con Maradona. Non era un uomo accessibile e quindi no, non ho avuto modo.
C'era una domanda, ho visto una mano alzata lì, prego.
Maria Graziani, agenzia di stampa di Realtà. Volevo chiedere un po' quello che aveva chiesto la collega e in generale si era parlato di, quando si era iniziato a parlare del film, che Maradona volesse fare causa per questo film, per il titolo, non so esattamente se ci voleva dire qualcosa al riguardo, e cosa ha provato nel momento in cui è andato via, visto che per lei è una figura così importante, quando è morto, insomma, cosa ha provato. Grazie.
No, penso che sia, in realtà non penso che Maradona sapesse neanche bene del film, in realtà penso che sia, non ho nessun tipo di prova, ma mi presumo che possa essere più qualche lamentela che sia arrivata dal suo entourage al suo tempo. Che cosa uno prova quando muore una persona si chiama lutto, è una cosa a parte, non è esprimibile bene a parole, o almeno io non sono capace, insomma.
Io avrei una domanda per Toni Servillo e Teresa Saponangelo. Credo che il fatto che Paolo Sorrentino abbia affidato a voi questi personaggi così importanti nella sua vita sia una dichiarazione di amore straordinaria nei vostri confronti, almeno io la vedo così. Mi piacerebbe sapere come avete vissuto voi questo film in particolare. Toni, tu lavori con Paolo da tanto tempo, però so che anche Teresa conosce Paolo da molto tempo, quindi che cosa è stato per voi, che cosa ha rappresentato per voi?
Ma nel corso di questa lunga, felice collaborazione, 20 anni fa eravamo qui col nostro primo film, L'uomo in più. È capitato che qualche volta chiacchierando Paolo mi ha detto che prima o poi avrebbe trovato la distanza giusta per raccontare questo episodio drammatico della sua vita, e quando me lo raccontava mi diceva: poi ti chiederò di fare il padre. Naturalmente è emozionante ricevere una proposta del genere, però non ci ha mai chiesto di essere esattamente quello che poi è conservato nel privato della sua memoria. Ci ha dato qualche spunto. Lo spunto più bello che ha dato a Teresa e a me è quello di apparire molto innamorati, perché questo amore è esattamente quello che, finito il tempo della spensieratezza di Fabietto, è il bagaglio che si porta quando deve camminare con le sue gambe da solo nella vita. E poi ci siamo divertiti un po' con la fantasia a immaginare che questo papà, parlo per il padre, fosse un esempio tipico di padre che viene meno al suo ruolo, lo fugge, cerca di fuggire le responsabilità un po' in maniera un po' codarda a volte, ma tutto questo poi finisce per renderlo anche molto simpatico. Diciamo che i personaggi del padre e della madre, ripeto, appartengono a quella fase di spensieratezza della vita che poi viene improvvisamente interrotta e costringe questo passaggio importante da un'adolescenza a una maturità, dove Fabietto si trova di fronte a una quantità di stimoli, di eroi anche, che vengono dalla religione, dal calcio, dalla criminalità, dal cinema stesso, e farà la sua scelta.
Come dici tu, anch'io ho interpretato il fatto che lui mi abbia scelta per questo ruolo come una manifestazione d'affetto innanzitutto, cioè devi per forza voler bene quell'attore per dargli un ruolo così importante, e anche se poi io ho sentito che l'affetto tra me e Paolo è nato, è cresciuto durante la lavorazione di questo film. È vero anche però che ho interpretato questa scelta come la libertà che ha questo regista nel fare delle scelte che non sono convenzionali, che non sono suggerite, che non sono concordate, sono realmente libere, perché era una sfida grande quella di mettermi accanto a Toni Servillo, che lui conosceva tantissimo, cioè conosceva benissimo, invece io Paolo l'avevo incontrato tanti anni prima e non ci conoscevamo bene proprio diciamo, dal punto di vista professionale. Insomma, io conoscevo lui e lui conosceva me attraverso delle cose, però non si aveva la certezza di quello che poteva essere il risultato. Di fronte, sì, principalmente questo, ecco.
Allora, intanto c'è una domanda lì. No, sì.
Io? Ok. Alessandra Magliaro dell'Ansa. Una domanda per Paolo. Mi sembra ci sia in questo film, non mi aggiungo ai complimenti, insomma, del coraggio nello svelarsi, rivelarsi, per quanto nell'ambito di una storia che non sarà proprio la fotocopia ovviamente del vissuto. Quindi una prima domanda era se pensavi di avere caratterialmente questo coraggio o se invece appunto un percorso di maturità, e come questo si può riflettere in qualche modo nel tuo cinema futuro, se è un film di svolta in questo senso. E poi una domanda sull'attore che interpreta Fabietto, cosa cercavi in lui, cosa hai trovato in lui?
La seconda domanda, cercavo un attore bravo, ovviamente, perché i registi cercano sempre gli attori bravi che ti levano dall'incombenza di doverli dirigere. Il sogno è sempre che si dirigano da soli e che tu puoi dedicarti a qualcos'altro. Ma soprattutto, e lui lo era, come dire, ha facilmente sbaragliato la concorrenza dei ragazzi, e poi mi sembrava, intravedendolo, perché lo guardavo ai provini, non è che lo conoscessi bene, mi sembrava che aveva la stessa timidezza, anche un senso un po' di inadeguatezza, che più o meno aveva un'assonanza con il ragazzo che io mi ricordavo di essere quando avevo 17-18 anni. Insomma, mi sembrava che lui avesse delle caratteristiche analoghe e che quindi la distanza non fosse così lontana per poter interpretare quel ruolo. Poi invece rispetto al coraggio, io ritengo di essere molto pauroso nella vita, ma sui film sono sempre stato abbastanza, mi sembra di essere stato abbastanza coraggioso, infatti spesso insomma, vabbè, tralascio, ma qui ovviamente si richiedeva un tipo di coraggio differente, però la verità è che il coraggio è stato più nello scriverlo che non nel farlo. Poi nel farlo entrano in gioco quelle tipiche dinamiche della lavorazione con tante persone, che tra l'altro ringrazio, che hanno lavorato al film. Si entra in una dinamica del set per cui i problemi sono quotidiani, sono di ordine pratico, e tutte queste paure che io avevo legate al coraggio, all'affrontare un tema così delicato, sono svanite nella quotidianità, quasi del tutto svanite. Poi alcuni giorni invece sono riaffiorate nonostante il pragmatismo della giornata. La svolta. Ancora dobbiamo vedere questo film, vediamo se... Ma io sono venuto qua 20 anni fa, era proprio all'inizio. Mi piace pensare che vengo di nuovo qua di fronte alla possibilità di avere un altro nuovo inizio. Ecco, sicuramente è un film diverso, perché il primo giorno con Daria ed Antonio abbiamo messo il carrello e poi abbiamo girato una cosa col carrello, l'ho vista molto delusa e anch'io ero deluso. Non era un film che abbiamo capito, senza neanche dircelo, che non era un film che si poteva fare come abbiamo fatto gli altri film. Ecco, doveva essere un film semplice, essenziale, dove si faceva a meno di tutto per far parlare fondamentalmente i sentimenti e le emozioni.
Vorrei chiedere a Filippo come ha trovato il suo Fabietto, nonostante Sorrentino, cioè quanto ti è stato raccontato e quanto hai cercato di trovare autonomamente.
Devo dire che
diciamo, mi è stato raccontato, ho cercato di capire il più possibile un po' anche dalle movenze di Paolo. Diciamo che la mia preparazione, ho deciso di passare il mese d'agosto a Napoli, che abito lì, e di dedicarmi un po' non lo so, alla lettura di libri, a guardare dei film che potessero appunto piacere a Fabietto, ad ascoltare musica e a trovare un po' quella malinconia che comunque, insomma, l'estate riesce sempre, almeno parlo personalmente, a, come dire, trasmettere. E questo è stato il primo. Poi ogni giorno sul set era, diciamo, un nuovo inizio, una nuova sfida, ma insomma, diciamo, non mi sono mai sentito in balia delle onde. Insomma, sono stato molto fortunato e onorato a lavorare con Paolo e con Tony, con Teresa, Luisa, insomma, quando c'è con Mardon, quando c'è un cast così, che già senti la famiglia intorno, non è automatico, e sicuramente ti dà un grande aiuto.
Luisa, tu interpreti un personaggio che è comunque ispirato a abbiamo letto, insomma, a una zia di Paolo, e come hai costruito tu il tuo, che forse è quella che ci tiene ancora ancorato a quella dimensione un po' più onirica che fa parte, che caratterizza il cinema di Paolo.
Beh, io ho letto la sceneggiatura, e quando ho letto la sceneggiatura mi sono resa conto che del personaggio di Patrizia c'era tutto. Non so perché l'ho riconosciuta alla prima lettura, anche già dall'audizione che ho fatto. La prima cosa che mi è arrivata è il dolore di questa donna, e quindi ho cercato di restituirlo, non lavorando tanto sul fatto che fosse pazza, ma quanto sul fatto che era una donna che combatteva con un grande dolore e che la faceva scappare via dalla realtà, come se la realtà fosse qualcosa che non le piacesse. E poi mi sono affidata completamente, perché con grande rispetto, perché non sapevo se era veramente esistita questa zia, non gliel'ho neanche chiesto, perché a quel punto non aveva più importanza saperlo, non era importante per me, sapevo che era scritta benissimo e volevo restituirla, insomma, così come me l'aveva regalata.
Ci sono delle domande? Vorrei chiedere anche a Lorenzo Meli, visto che stiamo tutti parlando di un film diverso, di un cambiamento, di una novità, no? nel cinema di Sorrentino, a te che impressione ha fatto la tua prima reazione quando hai letto di questa storia e della sua intenzione di raccontare?
Intanto per me è stata una sensazione doppia, perché prima di tutto è il primo film che mi è capitato di produrre di Paolo, e quindi era già un'emozione che lui mi proponesse di fare un film insieme. E quando ho letto la sceneggiatura, lui mi aveva semplicemente detto che era la sua storia, ispirato alla sua storia, e io ho provato la sensazione di coraggio di cui parlava invece prima Alessandra e Paolo, cioè proprio di un colpo di scena, anzi direi quasi, e quindi mi sono reso conto che era una cosa diversa, importantissima ovviamente per Paolo, ma diversa proprio da quello che per esempio avevamo fatto insieme prima, e che come tale sarebbe stato tutta la storia di questo film. E poi voglio dirlo, appunto, Paolo magari prima diceva di non esserlo, invece io penso che Paolo sia molto coraggioso, e tutte le scelte che ha fatto su questo film, che penso che sia una svolta, e lo racconta come una svolta e come parli e sia un nuovo inizio, sono state molto coraggiose. Voglio dire che in questo, fatemi fare anche un po' il produttore, anche diciamo la scelta di fare questo film con Netflix e il rapporto che abbiamo avuto con Netflix è stato una novità, sicuramente nella carriera di Paolo, sicuramente nella mia, ed è stata una scelta coraggiosa, unica per un film così delicato, così importante, e abbiamo avuto insomma un'esperienza fin qui molto bella e molto importante.
Sì, ci sono 2 domande qui e lì, prego.
Buongiorno. 2 domande per Paolo Sorrentino. La prima è sulla scena, quella diciamo cruciale della perdita dei tuoi genitori, visto che anch'io ho perso il padre senza vederlo. Volevo sapere quanto è stato doloroso diciamo, cercare anche di immaginare quella scena e come l'hai studiata, visto che poi tu eri lontano. E poi la seconda domanda è, oltre a Fellini, che tu citi ovviamente, c'è l'incontro-scontro con Antonio Capuano, che è stato diciamo, molto rivelatore, importante per te, e volevo sapere appunto se potevi raccontare quanto è stato cruciale questo incontro. Grazie.
Più divertente rispondere alla seconda domanda, devo dire, ad occhio e croce. No, Capuano, che è un regista tra l'altro che è stato anche qui in concorso a Venezia e che ho avuto la fortuna di cominciare a lavorare con lui, è stato per me molto importante perché nella massa di cose che ci siamo detti, soprattutto che lui ha detto, io ero un ragazzo e ascoltavo, ma ascolterei anche adesso, e tra le tante cose contraddittorie che diceva, ne diceva una secondo me importante, cioè che non è sufficiente, che poi viene detto anche nel film, che c'è un equivoco di molti, che l'avere un dolore, l'avere una sofferenza sembra una specie di patente per poi poter fare un lavoro che abbia a che fare con la creazione, con la fantasia. E invece lui molto saggiamente diceva che non era nulla, non era un antefatto sufficiente. E questo è stato molto interessante, molto utile, perché mi ha riportato subito in una... mi riduceva, ma è un po' una caratteristica di Capuano, quello di creare il conflitto, e questo mi è stato molto utile, mi ha insegnato molto, cioè io mi rendo conto che la maggior parte delle cose positive che vengono dalla creazione cinematografica hanno a che fare con il conflitto e non con una pacificazione, sia con le persone che con le cose che con le idee. E questo è qualcosa che mi ha trasmesso Capuano, oltre a un'inesauribile vitalità che ho appreso da lui e che ho goffamente imitato senza mai raggiungere i suoi vertici di vitalità esasperata ed estenuante addirittura, direi. Sulla invece scena dolorosa, niente, un po' come dicevo prima, a un certo punto giustamente c'è chi viene a dire dove si mette la macchina da presa, questo è vestito bene, e queste sono delle salvezze rispetto a un film del genere. Il fatto che se tu tendi a commuoverti c'è qualcuno che ti dice sì vabbè ho capito, ti sei commosso, però adesso decidiamo un po' quello che si deve fare. Ecco.
Allora, prima di passare la parola vorrei approfittare e chiedere a Tony Servillo se questo cambiamento di cui stiamo parlando si è manifestato anche sul set, cioè se Paolo è stato un regista diverso sul set rispetto agli altri film che avete girato insieme.
Devo dire di no, io non ho avvertito una particolare differenza, ho visto la solita determinazione, preparazione, idee chiarissime, lucidità, poi non so se condivido quello che ha detto, cioè siamo venuti qui 20 anni fa, è stato un inizio, se questo potesse essere un nuovo inizio ce l'auguriamo, ma chi può dirlo, no? Posso dire, parafrasando il titolo, che da 20 anni ad oggi c'è voluta la mano di Dio, ecco, piuttosto che è stata la mano di Dio, cioè c'è tanto lavoro. Nel film c'è una battuta che a me ha emozionato molto, cioè quando Capuano si rivolge a Fabietto e gli dice «A tiene una cosa a ricere, no? Ce l'hai una cosa da dire?» E Fabietto reagisce dicendo «sì», ma poi non dice cosa dirà. E io sono felice di aver partecipato a quei 20 anni successivi in cui abbiamo detto delle cose insieme, no? D'altronde spesso Paolo ha detto che io per lui sono un po' un fratello maggiore, qui sono stato promosso sul campo, sono diventato un papà. Però è il Paolo di sempre, ecco, credo che abbia fatto questo film proprio per prendere le distanze, no? Non lasciarsi prendere al laccio di facili sentimentalismi. Sapevamo perfettamente, ma dentro di noi, che c'erano delle scene delicate, però anzi credo che il film si sia svolto anche in un'atmosfera a volte di esasperata ilarità, nel senso che ci siamo anche molto divertiti e ce lo dicevamo, pur facendo un film personale in alcuni momenti drammatici, poi come accade spesso nel flusso della vita, le due cose coincidono, si ride e si chiagna e si ride assieme, insomma, è accaduto così, un film di risate e pianto, piante e risate, insomma.
Prego.
Salve, io sono Paolo Fiorelli di TV Sorrisi e Canzoni, Mondadori. È una domanda per Paolo Sorrentino. Ricollegato a quello che diceva Luisa Ranieri, che ha detto io non gliel'ho neanche chiesto se questa zia esisteva davvero, però quando si ama un regista e c'è un film così diventa inevitabile la curiosità di sapere cosa era vero e cos'era fantasia. Io per esempio ho bisogno di sapere se esistevano davvero i vicini sud tirolesi. E poi vorrei chiederle appunto come ha trovato la giusta distanza, appunto, e come si è regolato nel mixare il ricordo, diciamo la cronaca biografica, con invece l'elemento creativo, perché deve essere stato difficile.
No, la cronaca con l'elemento creativo, è ovvio che un film ha delle esigenze che sono imprescindibili, che non tengono conto né della mia storia né dei miei dolori o delle mie gioie, quindi tutto andava declinato in un racconto cinematografico e in questa declinazione alle volte le cose sono vere, alle volte sono false o alle volte entrambe le cose. Quello che invece ho pensato che dovesse essere sempre vero, che non doveva essere tradito, erano i sentimenti e le emozioni che avevo provato da ragazzo durante quel tipo di accadimenti e quei sentimenti dovevano venire fuori dal film. È anche il motivo per cui il film è molto semplice da un punto di vista stilistico, perché ero molto esclusivamente concentrato sui sentimenti che le scene comunicavano e quindi non ho avuto tanto tempo né voglia di dedicarmi ad altro, era la priorità. Poi capisco la curiosità sul gioco, cosa è vero e cosa è falso. Sicuramente se avessi avuto una zia come Luisa la mia vita sarebbe stata un po' diversa, però e invece è stata quello che è stata, perché i miei vicini di casa erano veramente amanti del Tirolo e tirolesi.
Allora noi dobbiamo fermarci qui, molte grazie.
Grazie mille. Grazie mille.